Jo, tady to běží. Tady to běží, to můžeme začít. Tak. Dáme si Biomutanta.
Encode your DNA.
Jo, takže crossbreed, jo, takže se tam hodíme. Já tam ovlivňuje staty. Tak si dáme toho asi. Ten na mele. To chci hrát na mele.
Define your genetic structure.
Třeba vitalitu a strength. Už ten vypadá, vole. Tak. To vyšlo. Ty vole, jak mi to stuplo. Ale intelekt, ty vole, 10 minus. Agilita, ty vole. Jestli to ještě nebude, musíme nic, ty vole, znovu. Uvidíme.
Choose a genetic resilience.
Radioaktivita, hit, biohazard a kód. Tak já bych šel buď hit a radioaktivita, nebo hit a biohazard. Půjdu asi sem. Radioaktivita a hit. OK.
Choose your first style.
First style, co to je? Jo, aha. Já bych tam nechal tohle.
Pick your main color.
Main color, takže tam bude ještě prostě nějaká jiná barva. Takže to je která barva teraz? To je tahle, tu bych nechal červenou. Ještě jsem možná zasvětlil. Tak abych to nechal.
Choose your detail color.
Jako se secondary color, jo, takže secondary bude černá. Počkej. Yes. To vypadá hezky.
Pick a class. Dead Eye.
Dead Eye, takže ten je... Jo.
Commando.
Komando.
Psyfreak.
Kulturní jaký mak, to nechci.
Saboteur.
Sabotér.
Sentinel.
A Sentinel Base Armor Impressive 10. Ale Base Armor, no ten má oboručák, že jo? Sentinel.
Commando. Dead Eye.
Ten je na to, aby som šel potichu. Jako prostě taková robuna.
Commando. Sentinel.
Já bych zkusil toho Sentinela asi.
Commando.
Jo, ten má na ranged zbraně bonus, což jako to nechci. Chci na blízko a chci raz s oboručákem.
Dead Eye.
Jo.
Command Sabot Sentinel.
Já jsem toho
Sentinel
Sentinela.
chosen.
Konflikt.
Sounds good.
Jo.
Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice, a reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows through everything.
Takže buď si vyberem temnotu a pojem silou prostě, alebo si vyberem bílou stranu, jakoby světlou stranu, to je sloboda a lojalita. Takže jako Star Wars, temná strana a strana dobrá. Tak já bych dal asi Dark, lebo já chci jít na tu silu, druhou silu. To se like. Jak by som Sentinel, to by som být nějaký ochránce nebo něco takového, takže teoreticky asi byla.
Let me introduce myself. I'm the light and bright side of you. All your...
Jo.
Seems more like you're being light-headed if you ask me, but you'll come around eventually.
But what comes around goes all the way back around. So, it's better to stick to your instincts. You can't fight what's in your nature.
In your nature, and here I was hoping we'd be all about natural selection, survival of the strongest and so forth. If that's not instinct, then I don't know what is.
Natural selection is all about evolution and progress. And as soon as there's enough light, darkness will disappear.
Jo, takže jo, light. Jo, aura, jo, light. To jdeme asi sem, když jsem si dal.
Right is always right. Stories of death and the bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others.
Jo? Meat, eater, meat.
Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger.
Uj. Co to je? Jo. Tak jo, pojď co nejbližší.
You better make a run for it.
Yeah.
This is not the time nor place to end this story.
To jsem viděl v úvodním videu, že se mám skočit. Loading. Tak já se chtěl nadat pívku. Tak. Tady jsem zapomněl na jednu věc.
This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes.
Ježiš, já musím asi zdrhat, když to pípá.
The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the tree of life started to die.
Strom života začal umírat, to je super.
Great shot.
Padne něco z nich? Nic z nich nepadá? To je sráno. To je se ne? Tak je se ne? Explorer Bunker 101, super. A, tady něco máme. Co to je? Jo, tak jsem si vylepšil zbraň asi. Tu střeleckou, když jsem to dobře pochopil. Tady je někam jedna. No, tam nejdu, protože ještě tady se dá jít. Hajzli. Tam jsou takové prášky. Tak ještě raz.
The oil sludge is everywhere. To most, it only means death. But some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways.
Střelecká zbraň utěhá hodně. Jo, to je vcipnu.
Busting heads. Sure useful.
Takže když ho povalí na zem, tak já ještě můžu tam hodit alt a odbít mu to. Okay. Co je tady? Tady je voda, nebo co to když nějaká? Tam není. Tady asi nemůžu. Kytky nezbírám. Aha, že toho musím rozvíjet ten štít. Hajzel. Level 2. Bezva. Tak jo. No level 2, tam psal, že nám stačí tak. Hop. Level up, hele. Jo. Čo si zdvihneme? Šťastie by som si zdvihol. To mi zdvihne loot chance, critical chance. Jo, tak chceme.
That's more like it.
Štěstí chceme. Close combat a ranged combat, takže chceme close, jako na blízko. Wonderment. Crash. Tady jsem zrušil, co nevím. Jo. Jakoby odhodzení. Tak jo. Se bude hodit jakoby to odhodzení. Co je? Wufung, něco? Můžu se víc naučit, ne? No. Perpis, ustřel, generál. Sentinel. Medic. Hezky. Tak. Teď bychom to mohli zkusit, ne? Jo, takhle, takže. To se hodí, to bude dobrý. Není to náročné, jakoby provést. Tak, to. To je zajímavé, že tady prostě není žádný loot, vole. Já mám rád, když takhle můžu zkoumat a lootit prostě.
Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight.
Jo, takže to bude nějaká rare věc a je to emergency box. Ok, no, to co tam je? Jo. Páčidlo. Chance 6%. Tak jo.
That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy.
Musel použít ten crowbar. Jo. Dobré, asi dlouho, no.
Whoa!
Hezky.
It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it.
Skluzečka. Param, pam, pam. Ježiš, tady je voda a já přes vodu. No, takže musím skákat přes vodu, vody si musím vyhnout. Yes. Saving. Kada se uredi mitoložije.
The Morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress. Blobs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you.
Yes, to je vončo.
Knock it all around. That's the good stuff.
A po nich. Ta špeciálna abilita si mi že... Jo, ono žere energii, vola. Biopoints 3, na sú mi biopointy. Ty smrde, ty si to vyplul, vola. Čakaj, na co som mi... Mutation menu. Takže biopointy. 3. Mutations. Biogenetic. Tu vole, ale jo, tady mám. Co to je? Jo, že můžu kyselinu. Nějaký jed, jako vyplout. To je co? Jo, ostří stroje. A on, jo, tohle chci. Hezky. Co to je? Víš, na kterou klávesu to mám dát?
Wonder who put it here.
Hello. Oh.
Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind.
Tak 10 pohybů. Vlastně to propojí asi nějak, že jo? Jo. Takhle. To je dobře. Asi. Jo.
There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and, without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right. But no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours.
Takže tady někdo znečišťoval prostředí a hodně ho znečišťoval. Bude to taková ekohra asi, ne?
The sound of spark metal going pew pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt.
Jo, takže to elektrina tady existuje normálně, takže to nejde.
It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count.
A jede to.
There you go.
Já že na začátku z takové jednoduché hadanky, no pak počítám, že to bude se stupňovat. Ale mě zajímalo, co ten, že on mi dělá světlo. Ten brouk mi dělá světlo, to je hustý. Když to je? Jasně, Francie, a tak dostal.
The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Crusher. Made the kill.
To je super ten útok.
That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives.
Old one. Stará jednička, jo. Stará jednička, jo. Okay. Waste a clean. Ten materiál na něco bude, no. Okay.
You have a good eye for that stuff.
Kam šel ten zmrt? Ta stará jednička, jo. Kam šla? Old friend.
He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why. He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up. He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed. There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true. The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad. The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past.
Jo. Jízva. Vzpomínat na čo.
How Looper Lupin somehow left you alive after his raid on the old village. He must have had a purpose with that. The question is, what? There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end. He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have. It was after the attack that the Unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land.
To, že on něco to pojí svým jazykem a pak ten vyprávěč to preloží, to podľa mňa sú zbytečne natáhnuté dialógy. Jako. Keby on, ta postava to nemohla normálně mluvit. A on to musí mluvit nějakým svým jazykem a pak to musí prekladat.
The impending threat of the World Eaters bringing down the Tree of Life is ever so close. He also worries about the Jagni tribe that's actively working for a doomsday and purging of the world. Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree.
Yeah. Remember of tree, vzpomínka na strom. A new friend, new mind quest. Light +2, ok. Víš co to je? Jo, to je vzpomínka nějaká.
Asks if you were tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Muma knows you are here. You're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here, fueling its source of life.
No, potato people, jakože, když to dobře prekladám, tak jsou to zemiakoví lidi. Jsou nejlepší. Zemiakoví lidi jsou nejlepší.
You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding.
Potato people. Ty vole, já myslím, že chcípnu. Do vody asi nemůžu, že jo? Potato people. Co tady? Já to mám asi nějak natrhat, že jo?
You found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's ki energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle. The small tree you saw up there where you met will eventually grow into a tree of life and start giving back to nature. It'll be the heart of the land. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy.
Super. 10krát vyšší než já, vole. Pojď sem, ty zmrde malej.
You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of nono out there that need to be guided to the roots of the pensai tree.
Jo. Teď co to máme? Kde to najdu?
They're hiding in the glitter grass that mostly grows deep inside damp caves, where they draw mineral from the natural rock. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree.
Tak jo. Je to začal takový kekacela. Tree of Life? To ten strom života byl ještě strašně malý. To je hodně taká.
Now that you've seen the nono's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Muma will be able to protect us. You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes, we're doomed. The land won't survive the side effects of the old world's industrial advances. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. You did good here today. That's not true. She's the reason there's still unity, and the only one strong enough to keep the 6 Wang Fu disciples disciplined. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters arrived. Records tell of the ruinous devastation the Toxanol Corporation inflicted on the land. The apocalypse sparked a re-evolution, the Second Coming, and our lineage. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Noko has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Goo Glide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. He claims names have power, so he gave them these names to weaken them. For him, the Porky Puff is particularly personal. It was that carnivorous beast that took his leg. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters.
Počkej. Teraz mi něco došlo asi. Tenhle ten Old One je vlastně ten v těch brýlích, co jsem v té vzpomínce, že jo? Pravděpodobně.
You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged.
Jo.
Let's see.
No jasně, vole. To je zaklinačovi. Jdeš k tomu a můžeš pak cestovat nejspíš. Víš, co je to zase za srače? Neříkej, že musím porazit.
That must be the World Eater that chewed off Out of Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The World Eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake.
Že takhle. Ještě to můžu plivat.
Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive.
Preživší.
He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here.
No.
He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by your intent. He's grateful for that. You still seem to have a spark of light in you.
No jasné. Pomůžu ti, ale jako vůbec nevím, co chceš.
That's a spark of light in you!
What's there to like about light? It hurts to look at.
Not as much as it hurts to look at you.
Always making this personal.
And you're always trying to pretend it's not.
Jo. Si point unlocked.
There's Out of Date again. He must have missed something important.
Jak se slovem.
Out of Date says you will make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there are two nearby. The Myriad tribe is likely to be a good match as they act on the understanding of the greater good and have a code of honor. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same.
Se porazit toho hlas.
The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction, to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world, and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way. Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side. He believes the tribe Sifus, Myriad especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least. He can sense you share Myriad's view on the world. The Myriad would embrace someone willing to fight against the tyranny of the Jagni. Out of Date will be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters.
Jo. Quest tracking. Které je blíže, vole? Asi tohle, že jo?
Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's a bridge. Just get over it. They've destroyed this area, muddied up what used to be muck, as if it wasn't bad enough before the tribe war began. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war or part of the problem. Let's see. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. Says you should take it easy. Says they're cautious of non-allies.
Zata is the moi tot loho. Kariesne statse. Paro, ya put.
The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes, as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. The Sifu is determined to let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life, as it's part of their strategy to cleanse the world and start anew. He welcomes you to the Jagni fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. The news of a cold-blooded Ronin crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 preceded you. The wall that separates them from the other side, the wasteland you came from. He guesses the time spent there just left a blank space in your memory, as empty and barren as the wasteland itself. He understands that sometimes we need to lose ourselves, to find ourselves. But he's glad you chose to come here. There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted. Sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though your Muma invented Wung Fu. Originally, it was based on unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain. The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and there are rivals in all directions. Jagni doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Says there is some darkness in the best of us, even you, and suggests you embrace that side of you and help them vanquish the tribes and let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life. He had a feeling you'd say that. You're not sinister enough to be a Jagni. That big heart of yours makes you weak. He'll give you a chance to change your mind before you leave and asks you to reconsider. Otherwise, you'll be seen as a rival. Then so be it. He wants you to know that they'll show no mercy at the end of this war, and offers you a last chance to come back and join when you realize you've picked the wrong side. And with that, he urges you to seek protection at Myriad's stone fort before word gets out that you've chosen not. It was built on the back of many, including us, and claimed by Myriad when the construction was abandoned after the attack on the old village. It was your Mooma's vision for a new home for us all. It's time to say goodbye for now, and if it's not the kind of goodbye that lasts forever, then the next will mean the end for you.
OK, k němu jsem se přidat nechcel. Protože on byl za to, že chce zničit strom života. Což samozřejmě nechci. Připojím se k těm druhým. Ty budu za záchranu asi stromu života. Snad. Tak, co máme tady? Zase obvazy. To je dobré, obvazu není nikdy dost. Ty krása, to je nádherná krajina. Co je to za chuja?
Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurred. Pang pang!
Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Co to je? To jsou lokálny tady, to je super. Možná level 3, že jo, level up, no, ale to si na to počkám ještě. Lokálna, super. Ale to je... To je super, já všude nacházím lekárny, jako do začátku je to super, ale... Jaj. Já jsem věděl, že budu muset přes té skály nějak. A to není dobré. Tady, hele, tady. Tady projdu. preto videli vtedy, že nejaká na frakce. K nej by som sa pridal, když budú za záchranu stromu života. Ja ten strom života chci zachrániť. A tak by som to dobre vyčet, že sa ho zničiť.
That's the Myriad Tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. Let's see. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. The Sifu's door is always open for newcomers, but he cautions you. They'll expect you to behave, or you'll have to face the consequences.
Nice. Vieš, aký turbán má, ty vole.
Sibi? La panen agin kan man. Gerad na falo hut mustugai la wute.
The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and saving the Tree of Life is the only way to make the world a better place. He welcomes you to the Myriad Fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. But he was hoping you'd show up. The news of a vigilante Ronin on crusade crossing the Great Wall. The wall that separates them from the other side? The wasteland you came from? He guesses the time spent there just left a blank space in your memory, as empty and barren as the wasteland itself. He's convinced you've returned for a reason, and is glad you chose to come here. There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted. The Sifu says sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original Wang Fu disciples. Your Muma invented Wang Fu. Originally, it consisted of unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain. The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can unite the other tribes. The one you should coerce first is the Jagni tribe. The Myriad were placed here to fulfill a certain purpose, chosen to unite the tribes and take control of their destiny. The tribes need a firm hand guiding them into the future. Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed in. You need to take the struggle to the enemy, or the enemy will bring it to you. When survival is threatened, there's no other option left but war. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen.
Ohohottinen nä.
You both have gentle minds, so they want to wage a gentle war. A war that bonds as much as it breaks.
Lappanen a ginkan man. Volop matatti. Mulkan frifgel.
Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon.
Sibi.
Once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with yours and let your kin share land again.
Mus ratna falo huttut britta.
You were all part of the same tribe once, but without your Muma there as a guide, the disciples turned on each other and formed their own tribes.
Karamotti.
Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village.
Olo se kadaputo. Ratna falo huttut.
Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor.
Sibi. Prewere yonke.
He remembers your kind and unselfish soul and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good.
Pare frame.
Anyway, the memories you make with your family are strong and can...
Wapala misa.
He can't blame you for not remembering, but he can sense the stillness of something lost.
Pale vuela papa.
You have things to do, places to go to.
Wapala misa.
It's time for you to revisit the past.
To zase nějaká zkouška, vole. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. To stačí, že přijdu někde takhle na nějaké místo a se mi otevře vzpomínka. Kup.
Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Goop says he always does better whenever he leaves failure behind. He's happy his good mood is infectious. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique.
Swimming technique? Že se naučím plavat vo vodě, jo? To bude super.
He understands Wang Fu is hard. That's why your Muma only has 6 disciples. Doing just one thing helps you get more done in less time. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. Why not? There's no better time to do what needs to be done than right now.
Co děláš, vole? Co děláš? Ajaj. To bylo plavání, vole.
He says that wasn't too bad, was it? At least you learned that you'll drown if you don't swim. But you need practice. Lots of practice. You need to rely on those who somehow know how to teach. Those willing to bend down and help you pick up your boots. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. He knows that's not true. You've just made up your mind you're not. Judging by your Muma's look, it seems you forgot something. You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. She's not unhappy with your progress, but you still have a lot to prove. You should know, practice makes perfect. You have to keep working on it if you want to be good at it. She'll see you at the village square. She says that's good. With a passion for learning, you'll never cease to grow. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. Asks how you're feeling today. His only interest when creating is that what he comes up with is actually useful. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap. He's happy to hear that from someone that's a part of the coming generation. You owe it to yourself to protect the environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders what usefulness you found. He says whatever it is, it shouldn't be left lying around on the ground. He can work wonders with almost anything. That's the spirit. You can't make a difference unless you get your hands dirty. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder. He appreciates those able to deliver a sharp remark. He understands, but hopes you won't be needing it anytime soon. He thinks mastering the 6 weapon styles of Wang Fu is more than enough for anyone. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience. You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away. Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your future. She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really... She won't live forever, you know that. But she intends to make the most of every day she gets, especially the ones you share together. You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you. She wants you to understand that whatever path you choose in life, you must stay true to yourself. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonder. He says that it's not too late for you to turn back, though. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. They push each other to become better, and sometimes someone gets pushed down along the way. She asks if you're hurt. What happened? If confidence is silent and insecurity is loud, she thinks you're absolutely right. The most important thing is that you're okay. It's time to focus on your training now. She said it before. Wang Fu will keep your body in good health, and that's how you keep your mind strong and clear.
Bože, ten tu už mu má, jo. Už zobrali meč, vole, sráči. Ale srad na nich.
Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best. Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's face. He wants to know how you're... Training with Muma will make you feel better. It always does. He asks if you could help him, too, before you leave for training. He'll talk to her, sure, but you know she wants you to accept responsibility for your own actions and future. He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics.
Mądry pajac. To co ja? Nauczyłem wyrabiać zbranie, teraz nauczyłem się wyrabiać obleczenie. Jeszcze jedno by to nie miało być. Ale w tamtej miejscowości wziąłem.
He's curious to see what you've found. He says whatever it is, it shouldn't be left forgotten at the bottom of a pile of recyclables. He can work wonders with pretty much anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. Says at least dirty hands are proof that you tried, and that counts. That you failed this time doesn't mean you can't succeed the next. He says it's about time you learned how, and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap you found.
To są same słowa. Tak. Addon. Co tam damy? 2400, rank 3, kompozyta 1. Patrz, plate, ale... Grat plate. Там де вото? Ти видиш. Že jak to pridává staty, ale armor, tady mi to píše. Armor 7, gross. Abnormal. Tvoj. Osm. Tyle je toho. Vyjadal som sa nahrúť nejakú kokotinu a už je to lepšie, ale...
The style might be too edgy for his taste, but he agrees. At least that way it'll never go out of style. You should take it with you, wear it to... He's sure your Muma will forgive you for not wearing the traditional outfit. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this.
Asi, že som talentovaný, vole. To jest już otworzone. Ja kung fu będę ćwiczyć.
Your Muma says it's about time you got... Hopes you're as ready as you claim to be. She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down. But there's enough time left for wants you to prove that with some practice first. Your Muma says you did well today. That's all she's ever asked of you.
Teda ty spomienky
Been
to bude
working on a
proste
present
zatreš.
for you, with the help
Ale
of
si sa vždycky
Gizmo
naučil
and
z
Wiz.
nového.
You should go see him and find out what. That's why you should be sure to thank him for it.
Ježiš, čo je zase toho? Village Star. Ja už si za tým chrobákom bol. Co ja mám chytiť nebo co?
Catchy. Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful. Figuring that out is half the fun. A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device. It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It says it's not a record keeper, more like a companion.
Ja môžem víc
Your
kopať,
Muma
ale
says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
určite chrobáka nechce kompaniona, no ale...
Says a
Začiatku stačí.
good rest makes you ready for tomorrow. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Loopa Loopin from setting the world on fire.
Oh,
Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it. Your Muma says this is... He wants to destroy her. The time to fight is coming, whether she's ready for it or not. Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead. She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you. Exactly what she wants you to do. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow.
To je srač, jdu za mnou. Do piči, vole.
Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory.
Takže dvě zemřeli, aby mě zachránili.
As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on.
Kolik bych mohl? Kde mi píše, kolik mám ty zelený sráčů? Jo, 100 jich mám. Tohle chci, co na to potřebuji? Tohle chci, vole. Dobré, to počkej, mám level, takže se vylepším, co se týká levelu. Dáme si asi větší životy, že jo? Zvýší se mi armor. To se mi zvýší armor a síla.
What a bruiser!
Oh. No jeden, to mě na prd. Neměli, manevra. Duálky, tak to si vezmeme, vole. Operky. Jo, počkej, to všechno stojí tyhle strandy. Takže to stojí, jo, upgrade pointy to stojí, ok. A psi pointy, nevím, na co jsou dobré. A mám duálky vlastně teď. A proč to dá iba z jedné zbraně, když mám duálky? to musím udělat clear. Tak, main hunt. Tady je tohle. Offhand. Zamčeno nějakým způsobem. Takže to nevím, no. Budu muset najít zase nějakou další zbraň, aby jsem mohl modelovat. Co je zase tohle, kurva.
The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet.
Já mám pomoct jemu, nebo...
They couldn't keep it down.
Jo,
Fluff hulk's on the loose.
Okay. Kokot. Excellent.
Hot metal. Just stay down. You're empty of ki. It's starting to add up.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Ježiš. On má suda, trafil.
Ano po paano Jackie ki nukipa pe vonotise.
You gave them no choice but to take it down, even though they'd planned to take the Fluff Hulk out to the Farfnaki leaves and let it go.
Manukin yakko, you legen kol me pellepe.
They've received news a Ronin had strengthened their ranks and were looking forward to meeting you.
Repanak dai never skjønte ba.
A group of myriad crusaders already headed out to Jagni's Mercadorpus outpost and are waiting for you there.
Pi nabukelio.
You should hurry there and help them best the outpost.
Ne genle majak manrunab.
Not really. It's west of Bricktown. You can spot Gizmo's chug yard from the hill it resides on.
Tak jo.
Look, an emergency box from the old days, when you needed to pack a punch to survive.
to je na tu ruku.
Bet that knuck makes a tight fist.
Tak, Old World Glonfist. Hezky. Co s tím mám rozbít? Nebude tady něco? Nebude takové odpadky, co můžu prohledat? Asi ne. To je bordel, ty vole. Another road.
Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past.
Tady budu zase
Can you
ty
hear it?
bio... No jasně, já si to vidím. Jeden. Druhý. Třetí. Lešek. No, 4 kurva.
Squish it!
Hej, nějaká helma. Common, Lucy, Compositor, Armor. Takhle. Tak pohodí ten equip. Tady je sráč nějaký. To nemá nic. Prostě Lucy, Compositor. Co to je Magnum? No, needed 7. Okay.
That notice board? Filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they... Toxanol never cared about the waste, as long as they didn't have to pay to clean it up. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. Just hope it's not buried. The veggie hunting here must be amazing.
Trakost. Okay. Co se ten level udělat?
Toughened
Teraz do
up.
Vitality. Tohle, ale asi perky. Mount Mania. Počkej. Byl říkám Mount Slave, protože jsem move speed. Jo. Nevím, jestli to Mount Mania, protože to určitě chci Mounta a určitě chci, aby byl rychlejší. Tak. 160. Oma! Full command. Armor 8. Let's again.
Good for protecting your noggin.
To jsou prostě jako věci jako... Haluzné, no. 70, to je na tom kopci, no. Cesta tam se dovede. Zbraň, který jsem našel, nebo ten obušek, nebo co to je, tam má. To mi dobaví, jak chci meč. Nice bar.
The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working on that mech doll of his. The Toxanol Corporation used to run chugger-chuggers out of here, big machines on rail. They can carry you anywhere you like. Well, anywhere that they go to, and then you can leg it from there. You're on the right track. Keep your eyes open.
For the trial. Oh. Oh.
There are shadows forming
Super!
again.
Ty kokot, kolik nábojů a ještě ohnivé. Super, to, co jsem našel teď, tak to je bezva. Ale tady by to chtělo... Tohle. Tady asi ne. Tady jsou nějaký kokoči. Nevím, jaký mají level. No. Bomba bunker, takže a má level 3, takže v pohodě. Nechci tohle.
Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. Bomber Bonker's busy ram-banging the door. This is your chance.
To bylo jenom jednorázové. To Cipnieš, smrde. Opa, to se nestalo.
Smashing. Hey, nice shot.
Tak jo.
Let's see.
Yes. We open the door. There you go.
Every day is a new chance to fulfill your
To je
destiny.
zastrašuje. Good points. Level best. Okay. Today.
Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end. In flames. Look at those muscles. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel that Toxanol dumped in the surf had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. Combined, this sent their world hurtling on an inevitable road to ruin.
Gizmo.
I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught you how to upcycle. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. He'd lie if he claimed it was all good. You changed after your Mooma and Popsy passed, and he understands why you had to leave. The old village being a constant reminder of what happened. Gizmo says he also has re-memories from the long gone, but unlike you, he doesn't think of the past, for it's gone. He understands history made Lupa Lupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
Fan that flame!
Wait! No! Bright light blinds! It's dangerous!
I've got all the cold sick burns you need, Dark.
Oh, do you have to insult me over this?
I don't have to, but I want to.
Would like to know if you ever doubt the choices you made on the path. Figures you're either a rare person or a good liar. Maybe both. Hard to believe the world is actually going to survive. Just seemed impossible till now. Grateful to you for coming back and doing your best to change things. You were the only chance they had. Wonders if you liked working with the Myriad. They always thinks that's more than most are. It's hard to keep to a path like that. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone, so you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the old crate outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to wait. It's the part of the land that suffered most from the apocalypse. It's deprived of oxygen, making it next to impossible for anything but creatures that were most contorted by the contamination. The world is full of secrets waiting to be uncovered.
Jo. Super, já potřebuji se tam dostat, ale musím mít nějakou plynovou masku asi, nebo něco. Dřív to nedám.
There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half lives. That's the leftover you're looking for.
Co to je? Kurva! Počkej, jako... Jsem začal obúdat život len tak, z ničeho nic, vole. To je na prd, vole. Tam nemůžu jet prostě. To je dead zóna. Já potřebuji masku nebo něco, vole. Možná by to šlo vyrobit, ale jako nevím. A jestli mám na to součástky. Ten loading je nějaký dlouhý. A odkud mi to pustit, jo? Doufám, že zase nebudeme to muset všechny zabíjat. Ani z jedné, ani z druhé strany nemůžu jít. To je vlastně dead zone. Jo, tady. Jo.
It's all about destiny. Yours, mine, the entire world's. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors.
pohybov.
Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework.
Čo je nahodená? Do dead zone prostě nemůžu teď. Počkej, dá se to něco vyrobit trebárs? Hit. Co jak získám ty listy, vole. A to bude, opa. To podle mě tím, že rozeberu věci. Craft. Co helmet.
Ready to make something?
Set ode nic. Nic ale. Torzo. Motyky. Je potřeba něco, co mi bude dávat kyslík. To je z těch věciach. Ale tak asi nic moc, jo.
Those look sharp on you.
To je celé špatně, já tady mám jenom 100, 400, nevím, jak ji mám získat. Tady tohle taky nevím. Máme cestu do ruin, ale počkej, to je blbost. Chci toho trackovat, vole. Jo. To je vedlejšák, který chci dodělat, tam to je zase asi handupov, ale... Musel se jít až dolů na té ostrově, jo.
It's Peekaboo Park. Young ones love this sort of place.
Ježíš, co to je? To je snad posláčí. Ty level 9, ty kokot. A to už level 4.
Small things for your big ideas. Crushing it. It's so vibrant out during daylight.
Hezky násloj dal dolů, ale... To nájsť cestu dál dolů. No. Jej, helma zase, vole. Neskutečnost to helm, vole. To mi klesne až šest. Já musím přiznat to, jak se ty věci dají rozebírat. Když přijdu na to, jak se dají rozebírat.
That's a myriad tribe
Já mám
outpost.
tu částky. Zelený jsou moji, asi ne. Či? Nebo si na ní vyseru, to bude nejlepší. Já nevím plavat, já se tam musím najít dostat. Jo, už to vidím. Parce que... Posluče jsem tady něco.
That there's Subnautica Station. Goop flounders around in there.
Subnautica Station. Subnautica Station. Na to plávání, vole.
Lots of notices on the board for things that made sense in the days when the surf was a lot cleaner. Interesting to see what they cared about here. Wonder if any of it matters now. In the old days, this was a port for boats that went under the surf. They helped clog the... Toxanol didn't do it on purpose, I don't think. Their machines made a mess, though, and they never cleaned up after themselves. You should be able to find a track here. Just need to keep your eyes open.
Tak jo, další je tam někde vzadu, 1400. Jdu prozkoumat, co je tady. Subnautica Station, hele. Follow the trail. Vole, že tady zase nebude nějaký dead zone, ty vole. Je taky vedlejšák. Jsem tady, tak to udělám.
What a wonderful day.
Pochčiju to.
Let's see.
Pochčiju to. Levím si, aby bylo líp. Ježiš,
Hey, you found the track, even around all this goopy goo. Nothing escapes your googly eye. The surf here looked cleaner when that track was made.
Já nevím. Vůbec ne-
Old world
tady mi nic
dive
nemohlo
pods had a built-in air supply, so you could breathe below the surf. Glad you had the patience to learn more about how the surf got gooed.
Automaton 4D. Najdu nového automatona, vole. Hlavně jako já chci se naučit. Mně stačí, že se naučím nějaký ten talentový bod na automatona a bude mi dávat lékárny, vole. To potřebuji prostě. Hele, to nechci. To je vše, co jsem tady mal najít, jako? To ne, jako. To je tohle. Tady by to mělo být hotové tím pádem. Tak jdeme sem. Kurva, to je tak daleko, ty vole. Že to tady asi prozkoumám. Co je to zač? Co seš zač? Je to na to plávání.
Azitawa, tu za plamti
Gulpo ain't the easiest tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to swim. Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. We are all pieces of what... He knows he's easy to remember. There's no one out there as cuckoo as him. He's one of a kind. Goop says our memory keeps things for us and protects them until we are ready to face them again. He understands you've returned to face Lupa Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. He understands why you seek revenge, but he doesn't think you realize how that'll make you feel once you claimed it.
See? On my side. Go, Dark, go!
Only the dark speaks in absolutes. Well, not only.
Oh, get snuffed, Light.
Let the light shine!
Light eventually burns out. Just saying.
Says life on the goo is wide open. You have so many choices of where to go. Best to stick close to the shore then, where the goo isn't so deep. That's like being close to your friends who can help when things go wrong. Can hardly believe the world is going to make it. Wonders what that's going to do to the goo. Thanks you for doing everything you could to de-goop the surf. Thinks the Myriad made a good match with you. You're both like... Never seen any brighter. Shine on. But hey, back to the goo. Knows yesterday is already gone. It's what you do today and tomorrow that'll move you forward. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Subnautica station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit. So you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide strong enough to fight the Porky Puff. You're lucky that way. There's still cargo left on the shores from before the apocalypse. His best guess is a tower tanker hit a reef and went under.
To zase za okolo pičile.
Better get moving before the day passes you by. Chin up.
To je cirkusák. Ej! Kurva! To je cirkusák. Jaj! Asi se musím nechat utopit, že jo? Utop se, vole. Defekt. Okay. Na tom ani asi netreba spomalovať. Ještě dám. Jsou unavený, ale ještě dám. Někdy by mohlo být lepší, no. No ale to závisí od toho, že já tam, jaké tam mám rámky asi, no. Mohl bych tam ještě šupnout trás, ne? Tady, tak to je
Make sure you know how to get back. Too tight and the rope tips.
Pojď. Ty král, tak to bylo tak to. Je to.
Just a few moves left. Make them count.
Jo, no, se neposervala. Žlutá, takže tady. Tak. Voda je pryč, konečně. To je zase nějaká potvora, kterou budeme muset sundat, že jo? Climbing. Jo. Pusa!
Breaking bones. Ended it.
Level 8, oba. No dobrý ty vole. Tak, nic nemajú. Vy to máte vole. Nic jo, nic. Nic. Co je? To je takhle ještě. Oj, you found a circle board puzzle. Super. Select light, select use as to change color of light and press. Switching color of snad to bude v pohodě.
Just a few moves left. Make them count.
Kurwa. Ihihihi. Jak to mám udělat, vole? Jo, vole. No tady něco je. Svítí na žluto. Antibiohazard crop top. Cože pecka? Hetelky. Energy. Ale to level 8, ne? Tak a... Já bych potřeboval level 8. Mám level. Level 5, to je 4 level ještě, kurva. Počkej, vole. Biohazard 5, vole. Biopoints. Mutation. Biopoints. Fungi. Tam jde o to, co chci. Tu bublina by se hodila. Mám tu 10. Našetrujeme. Všechno bude. Jo. Jdeme sem. Tady něco. Prášky.
Tickety tock, no daylight left to waste.
Je tady. Do prdele, Google. Oh shit, no to ještě jde. Já jsem ho opět.
Nice shot.
Na ty rozlišil, co jsem mal zabrat, asi víc aim, vole.
Break it down. Je, tady se další. A tady je věž ještě, jo. crush lust.
Sad u vlada.
Smirked.
Ježiš, ja som skočil do toho.
Nighttime is the better time for lots of things. Gross. This place stinks.
Shoulder pad, hele. To by šlo asi nasadit, že jo? Left, shoulder pad, 12 armor. Tak jo. Ovazy, ok, fajn, co se hodí.
Toxanol's offshore drilling caused oily matter to spread with the rain and contaminate both the groundwater and open surf. The long-lasting effect this had on the evolution of wildlife was, as we know now, the only reason we came to exist. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. A story has got to keep moving forward. He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no armor and an engine's... There's debris floating around on the surf that might be blocking your path or needs to be towed. That means you'll need a device so you can get it out of your way. Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the Surf Archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions. That's where he bobs. Gulp refuses to move from that barge, despite the fact it makes him burf. Goop's not sure, though, if it's the surf sickness or the radium syrup that causes it.
Je. Tak ja rozumiem słowa. Ale 6. Super, ja jeździ.
Do you feel safer or more exposed in the dark?
Coś tylko.
Welcome to the Surf Archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. You're poking around Pokbur, a prime village.
Jak co to? Tyle tematu. Jak chcemy wyjaśnić.
Smashly dash.
Po prostu jest super kombo tylko. A to są na zasiadku, bo. Kosy serio. Ale to mam, no. No. Tak się utopiła, dobra trawa. Poczekaj, tady jeszcze jeden jakby. Co to znaczy? To właśnie jakiegoś liczanka.
Worth going outside just to see the night sky. Says the tribe's Sifu sent them here to help defend against the rival tribe that's been terrorizing their village. Isn't sure how long the village will last if it continues. As if the plague ruining the land and destroying the crops wasn't enough to bring the village to its knees already. That's what they call the blight that's been haunting the land since the old world ended in the apocalypse around here. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do.
No,
Wishes you'd been better as a kid, but is glad you finally figured it out. Says it's good to see you out here at this time of night. Didn't have much else to say, so no problem. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. Believes the Tree of Life is a metaphor for all life. Wishes you goodbye. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. They need your protection and help to restore their village. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. Understands completely.
Tu 20 dreva.
Says sure.
To jedno.
Just think.
To ty też chcesz?
Ebuye gafa, faye yubu,
Says you'll get a special.
ruruai.
Always a deal to be made.
Vendor types. Tu teraz są żupne darmowe. Skantizowany sracie ono. Tu są wybavené, ne? Co ja mam nazvala? Počkej, to už som si nedal tu, ty vole. Jo, to nechci. Si chci nechat to. Co to nechci? On jde celý, jo. Tak, Lotis asi nic, že jo? No dobrý konec. Ale to se dá vyrobit, že jo?
A done deal. Stylish as stylish can be. You've got something great in the making? Everyone loves a good hat. The dark time's finishing for now. Let's see.
Ty vole, to je daleko. Takže tak se budu vracet, takže mi to je úplně jedno. Jestli mám auta.
Got a jet.
Nevidím, ale... Jestli 34, vole. To je docela daleko, tohle.
Smells like adventure out in the woods.
To že to strašně rychle skáče. To je prostě luxus, jak to skáče. Samé to.
Let's see. Never thought I'd see it. You need to get the pegs lined up to get the clothes soaker rolling. You really put a spin on it.
Kasket.
The light is nearly blinding.
Těch třeba náš 9, to je v pohodě. Takže... Já s tím vyjebu. Já si jich docela dost odhalil. Takže já bych to vždycky mohl skákat už.
Let's see.
To se chce udělat. Tady není vidět, jak jsou tam ty mraky, vole. Ani není vidět ten nápis, vole, že to je Biomutant. Můžeš zvolit jiné pozadí.
This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least.
Gulp.
Ja.
Gulp. Co mi řekneš, vole, gulp? Vypadá na nějakého barmana. să se ciupește.
Thankful that you and he's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little guesses he does, but it's a long life in a wild world. Sometimes he's shaken, not stirred. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wonders if you could take the time to help a man slake his own thirst. You'd be doing him a liquid solid. You're a do-gooder, so you know you want to. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes... Sure, but that's nowhere near as quick and easy. Who wants to stop to chew? Wants to raise a glass to you getting the world fixed up a bit. Respects how you always try to help, no matter that the world's fate is hard to swallow. Sees why you joined up with the Myriad. They like a peaceful drink. Something calm and soothing for your belly. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The Glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his favorite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportioned to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the figures the real problem is finding something to drink. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the Surfipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones... They're better at floating than flapping, so you should be able to net a few without growing yourself a pair of wings. Can't dance, let's see. Let's see. Vroom, vroom. The Quack Hollow. It's just lonely. This is all about you. Whether you succeed or fail, it's on you.
Zase puzzle, vole. Jo, turbína se rozjela. Ne, zastavila ho. Jen to můžu projet.
Gonna need a key of some kind.
Já potřebuji klíč. Parapet, armor, deep shoulder, okay. G shoulder, okay, tak. Tak, dáme si teraz level, vlastně, co si tam dáme. Dáme si
You've been
vitalitu,
eating right.
si víc životu. 6, 17, tak. Dáme si tady, no, perky si dáme vlastně, generál. Look out, your chance to intercept 10%. Nic, jdu se zpátky. Tak nic, já si ten bod jeden nechám. Našetřím si, pak si, jak budu mít další bod, tak si to a bude něco silnějšího už.
The oil claimed this land a long time ago.
Je, pořád olej nějaký nebo co? Jako já do vody nemůžu, vole? Do prdele. Au, to je level 8. Tak když budeme střílet do hlavy, to bude stát 900. Sráči, tam nic nevěřám, že to bude poslouvat. Chtělo by to možno víc nábojů, ty vole. Tak to bylo len tak takhle. Na blízkosti zranitelné hodně, kámo.
You always find good use for things like that. For when you have to blast away many things at once.
Co to je? Crazy face. 18 armor. Level 8, vole. Tak jeden level má dělí a já už asi mám New Wound. Bundle. To nechci.
Disgusting. Biohazard. Just gross. Swift and sharp.
Jo. Takže to je pecka máme.
You need to line up the switches so they
Oh.
match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match.
Musí dostať furt
Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework.
Ráno prostě musí dostat. Arena completed. Všechno jsem získal. Počkejte, já jsem získal všechno. Tady. Tady.
You need a bit more skill.
Jo, level 12 bylo. To bylo hore. No, proto zjeva. Aktualizace mapy.
Climbety climb. Wouldn't want to be behind that. The sun's a long ways away. All ashore that's going ashore.
Litsulu tui yunuba kayuya lunuya.
Fort
Kayu ruru nibui tatutli tubulali tui. Mapta pe tayu.
That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap trying to keep the area clean. The scrap keeps piling up. You have a chance to change the future for good or bad. That's some sharp wood scrap there. Watch for splinters. Ah, that wood scrap seems like it would be perfect for your plans.
Ой, pardon. Стоп. Ты че?
Grit. The Tree of Life still stands. Question is, for how long?
On se utopi! Gubec jeden. Oha. To je náhoda, že on si neudrží do hlav v té vodě. To bude určitě aj save lepší, ale... Otázka je, jak se dostat na druhou stranu. Takže potřebuji na druhou stranu. No.
The sound of the surf is never far away. Leave that ride. That's a good find. It's a rare sight. Treasure it. Wildlife here is teetering on the brink of extinction. We all are. The meat eater again. Nothing seems to satiate his hunger. The gnat is done for unless you intervene.
Ah, no mam tak.
You're here for a reason. It's up to you to figure out what that is.
Tako to ako získal si víc z toho dřeva.
Always good to have some wood scrap like that on hand. Might not need that now, but you will later. Tread soft. That's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. There are places a goo glide can't go. This is Hobbydunk, a homey little village. Wood scrap's great for building things. Looks like some solid wood scrap there. This might be the end of everything as we know it. You can make so many amazing things out of wood scrap. Let's see. Much better than floating on a tube raft. Glad to see some wood scrap there. It's an undersurfer, all alone without anyone in it. Yet.
Si bude hore ty vieš, že co je tohle, vole? Nevidím. Aha. To je úplně na druhé straně, no. To jdem sem.
A peak spot is a great place to stand if you want to see things for what they are.
Matawayu wa avavavde urui.
Scraps are everywhere except when you... Resources are too few and scarce, at least for now.
Tak, tohle si vyměním. A pak udělám ještě tam tu druhou stranu.
This day is as good as it's going to get.
Yeah! Tak jsem to začal dolů. OK, teraz se podívám. Pojď sem! Strašně, to taky mám chytat, jo? Počkej, já se zkusím podívat, jestli si přivolám teď tohle. To nejde, na tu zelenou vodu to nejde, vole. Že se to musím dostat úplně nějak jinak. Nevím jak. Můžu skákat.
Hey, you could probably make something glossy with plastic scrap.
A můžu to vyrobit. Hehehehe. Musím modifikovat tu zbraň, vole. Ale já jsem to robil. Jo. Tohle. Modify. Tady dáme tohle.
That ain't bad.
Okay. Ještě jednou modify. A to nemám nic, ok. Takže to lepší asi, že jo. Vole, jak se to mám dostat, to mám celé overload, jo. To prsele.
Time to jet. It's time to create your own path. Check out that ping dish. Good as a landmark, if nothing else. Found some e-waste? Worthwhile.
To se našel motor, aby jsem se dostal přes tu zelenou stračku. Tam jde o to, že kde si já dokážu upgrade to plavidlo. Minové pole, vole. Dobra.
Whatever you do it right, or don't do it at all.
Level 10, vola. Jakże ma trafiło.
You're in pain.
To jest srać, wola.
Tapped hard. Bangarang.
Co je v piči, ale ja už nemám to, ty vole, jak jsou baseballkou. No, to je speciálny útok, jak s tou baseballkou. Musím to dělat prostě takhle. Pojď do prdele, vole. Kurva! Dobre, jeden padnul.
That's going to leave a mark. You're fading. Now that's medicine.
To bylo těžké. To piči ještě 5 někde. Co je tam, vole? To jsem se rád podíval, ale třeba si nešel motor na... Nešel motor na tu loď. A nevím, kde by som to upravil, asi u toho blbce, víš co?
Good work, Captain. Dismounted. The float boat used to see lots of traffic,
Ooh.
but that's dwindled over time. Let's see.
Ale Let's see. Už mám 5 psi points, budem znát, co to bude, ty vole.
Can't believe you're actually working on the world. Prefers to say that he has no long-term plans. Wonders how you manage to feel like you can make a difference still. And if you're going to try, which way will you try to sway things? You think you can save the world, but the world is so much bigger than you, than all of us. After all, the problems of the Tree of Life are so much bigger than those that live within it. What can anyone really do? Says life is like a meal when there's too much to eat. You decide to eat one. Says it's a metaphor. You can figure it out. Looks like you decided to start working the kitchen yourself. You could have just sat there and waited for more food, but you wanted to cook. Heard you break bread with the Myriad. He still remembers how much... It was the biggest feast he ever made. So good. But who you dine with isn't as important as what you eat, right? Says he has a lump in his tum-tum. That's how it's been since the world turned, but he's convinced you can make the burble go away. You need cue keys. You and him both. They are the sweetest little bit of comfort food. His mookies in particular are nom-nom. His balanced diet is a cue key in each hand, and here's a says he doesn't understand the question at all. Lump says the only thing he can make now are uncookies. No one likes uncookies, but his oven won't heat up without a new spark plug. Gizmo taught him how to unscrew spark plugs from motor drives under the hood of wheel wrecks. Doing that should be even easier for you. As soon as he gets a spark plug, he'll make a special bakey just for... You'll get the best end of that deal.
Okay. Level 6 to až 2 levely.
That's an improvement.
Vlak. Ty vole, tak co? One-handed slash. Dual wield. Vezmu si asi tohle. Ach, tohle. Jsou mít víc střel, když to dobře chápu. Počkej. Sentinel tady má, Sentinel má tady. Medic.
Strange not having the sky above. Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there.
Aha. Ježíš. Vyskoč. Pojď hore. Pojď hore, pojď hore, pojď hore, pojď hore. Do prdele, on nevyskočil, vole. On se nevyskočil z té plošiny, vole. To je strašný, vole. Nevyskočil z té plošiny. Je tam strašně moc questu, ty vole. Furt zoberem nový a ten starý ještě nedokončím, vole. To je prostě napad. No nic, dodělám tenhle quest a vypínám to. Budu pokračovat zítra. No, už jsem unavený docela dost.
Feels dank down below the dirt. Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there.
Proszę. Gdzie tam ten czasu to pożył?
Just line up those nodes and yank it out. Careful it doesn't spark you. Just a few moves left. Make them count. How shocking, and not in a good way. You got the plug. You're the one in charge now. The hours fly by in the dark.
Ala hababa ilitatu. Cho sagihit sangit farsa tituka tatkankalahate kuhuku
Says
mapata
Lump.
kasaka
Says the Cloncomaton looks cute.
funto
Said-
mataya
Lump says there are still
ka
that merc puff belongs at the bottom of the surf.
la sima vukug akutu
Lump.
hansiti tu lahanga kahai ofoti hansinto
Lump,
tatkankalahate fluka
Lump says there are
tatkankalahate valata
hopes to...
itukusuma
Lump says there are still things left.
hansiti tu lahanga
Says it sure is.
Ita
Lump says there are still things left over.
la sima vukug akut hansinto
Has
layo sikuta
Lump says there are still...
Ty vole.
kalahate
Thanks you for right...
riku
Understands you.
ho hakela
Lump says there are still... Under... You could head down to that crossway and try to flag yourself a ride.
Gdje to bilo? Či som, počkaj, inventári. Či som si mohol dať na tú zbraň takové tie náboje, nebo čo to bylo? Sú tohle. Je tohle. Tady. Tady, hele. Tak teraz to oko nedám.
You're half dead.
Ale 11 to je ešte tešie bolo. Ale sa na hovno. Ty vole, mám zase život naplno. Jebu na nej, vole. Ty vole, práve vole 11, vole.
Who could stand against that? Crunch!
Myslím, že tady byl ještě jeden, ale...
New days always start with hope. Bullets everywhere. Half-lifed. Pancakes, anyone?
Kurwa. A bylo jich tady, jo. Fuh. To je jistě, ne? To i tak ja sobie z nim wziąłem.
You need to turn the pegs in sync. You really put a spin on it. Treasure the coming day. The world doesn't have so many anymore. That seems the keys need to be in sequence to make the ring dinger work. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Sometimes no message is a message. You need to get the keys in sequence. So, the technology from yesterday's is still here today, even if its message is getting old. The night is ending soon. That's a plink. Looks like the control box handles need to be wheeled to buzz the wire. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Down the wire. Wheel the control box handles to buzz the wire. Wired up and ready to go. Sharp dressed. Smart to protect your melon. At least someone wears pants. Some things you have to grow into using. Not really mainstream, but okay then.
Tak jo. Časový trigger.
That's a whiffle factory, better known as a bun plant.
Piči vole.
Kaboom! You've got more than a flesh wound.
Ještě kunda, ty vole. Ne, zase plný život. Jebu na to, vole. Odskočí, odkoulí se, prostě taky do prdele, zase plný
Should
život.
be able to see farther soon.
Bože. Zapnu 5 práček, vole.
That brick-brack could still have some good stuff in it.
Do prdele.
You're bruised. Nailed it. Super effective. Oh, painful. Hot smock. You're not dead yet.
Yeah.
That's not going to heal well. Cut down. Youch! You might want to fall back. The world needs saving. Make the most of the day.
Ooh.
The best way to glide the goo.
Už se další debuc. To se mini, vole. Kam to zase jdu, vole.
This could be the beginning of the end of everything. That's a surf hurdle. The company put those up to harness the power of flowing goo, which doesn't flow so well now.
Ooh. Okay. Okay, takže s tím mi nic nehrozí. Můžu sedět na koze.
That's the top of a shafty loop, a gigantic dig hole toxanol cut into the forest to pull things out of the earth. You can never have too much scrap, plastic or otherwise. You need to turn the pegs in sync. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's spiraled out of control. You need to turn the pegs in sync. You really put a spin on it.
Deal. Tak, jdem na to. A lepší vestu. Aha, to byla hlavně. Procentná ochrana proti biohazardu, že jo? To level 20 až, ok. Tak.
Better than a bare head. Fate is funny that way, but it won't always make you laugh. The Yerp Fields, where the echo of your actions resounds clearer than any other place you'll find, except for where that's not true. Nice. Some barked wood scrap for you.
To gdzie ten quest?
Might as well just dive in that rain and get wet. This region is known as the Canuckstonies. You can't find a harder place in the world. That old home might not be stripped clean yet.
여기 먹어주셔야 되잖아.
Eventually, you're gonna figure something out. Says it's about time you figured out you can't avoid helping anymore. You could put that to good use. Stories only survive if someone is listening, so pay attention. That's just nasty, but you need to turn the pegs in sync. Just a few moves left. Make them count. You really put a spin on it. Seems like a peculiar item.
Ох, kurva. Tak, co tady máme? Nechcem. Tohle by
Keeps the sun out of your eyes.
Jo, tak jsem se rád vylepšil. Ještě nahoru. Nebo nahoru to, jo, teď nahoru.
There's still time before the dawn. Go get on it and run fast as you can. You run like the wind.
Cậu, ông muốn nói điều cho bạn ta bật lo cho bạn ta. Bây mà bảo anh bạn ta. Wait a little. Can say, Papa, wait a little.
He's in even more of a...
Nè, what's that? What do I?
Tak, nadělím, že jsem to tady uložil. Si pořád na ty kalhoty. Ještě chceme tyhle.
That's an improvement.
Do armoru mi to dalo hodně, ty vole. To je 8. Zase to bublinu, že jo. To potřebujeme 10, takže okej. Mě by zajímalo, co s těma save points, vole. Si nechám, rozbírám si 3 a dám si ten regen na zdraví, ta adrenalina. Tak dám tohle, to je další regen. Jsem tamto.
That's some good e-waste there.
Potřeboval to cestování, ale to tady bylo někdy.
Where did they go?
Wonders if you're sure you should be out on such a dark night.
Zulu val litsus. Manachulu kubu. Yanyal mapfa shalamo. Zula kuyu.
It's time for an adventure, for good or bad.
No nic. Máme save, no slot. Měsíc Cefory, ok. Back. Quit. Tak. Díky za sledování, zítra určitě pokračuju, baví mě to určitě a víkend budu mimo, takže nebudu, ale zítra určitě budu hrát Biomutanta, určitě. Tak zatím no.